Good afternoon. I'm glad you guys are all here. We're going to first work on agenda item 1.2, which is call to the public. If you submit an email comment, I'll call your name, and you can come up and tell us your comment in 3 minutes if you're speaking, 4 minutes if you're ASL. Otherwise, all of the ones we receive via email will be posted on the internet. So number one, I am so sorry if I mispronounce your name, Beata Tarasuk. Okay, her comment will be posted online. I have next Mary Rimron. Her comment is also posted online. The third one we have is it Casey Hassett? Comment is posted online. And then the last one we have for agendaized items is Elizabeth Smith.
Hello and good evening. Good evening to the board and to Superintendent Reichman, and for allowing me to speak. It does appear to be a very small group, maybe because it's so hot. I did drive in from Tucson, and I will keep it short and sweet this evening. I'd like to remind you of the importance of the need for community to request feedback from the community, for transparency, regarding the audit that I know you'll be discussing tonight, about the plans moving forward with the potential sale and disposition of land. My biggest request is transparency, honesty, and inclusivity, collaboration with the community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. With no other calls to the public, we will move on to agenda item. You know what? I realized we never did a roll call. That is my bad. I'm so sorry, Board Member Bove. We will now before we.
Yes. So this is Secretary Linda Bove speaking, and I am calling roll. And I am Linda Bove. I'm here. Brittany Buchanan.
I'm
appears
here.
to be here. Colette Chapman.
Here.
Michael Gordon.
Here.
And Shauna Tomiko.
I am here.
All right. Thank you so much.
Now we can do important business, which is 1.3, the executive session. This is a presentation discussion related to our special audit that we've been under. We'll be moving into we'll vote right now to go into executive session, which is not open to the public, and it's pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A2. to receive a presentation from a representative of Sickish LLC on behalf of the Arizona Auditor General's Office relating to the status of the special audit of ASDB, the receipt and discussion of which is specifically required to be maintained as confidential by the laws of the state of Arizona. And then there is another state statute, ARS 41-1279.05, that exempts audit, working papers, and other audit files from public inspection. Do I have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
All in favor, aye.
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 All right, thank you. Which is B. All right, so we're back from executive session. We're going to do a quick roll call since we've made it. Oh, who did we miss? Shauna. All right. I see her coming. All right, we're going to do a quick roll call since we are now in open meeting. Secretary Bove.
This is Secretary Bove taking roll. Linda Bove here. Brittany Buchanan.
I'm present.
Colette Chapman.
Present.
Michael Gordon.
I'm here.
And Shauna Tomiko.
I am present.
Thank you.
Perfect. We are still in 1.3 on the agenda. Part of 1.3 is a second part of letter B, which is an executive session item. The board may vote to go into executive session, which will not be open to the public pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A3 for discussion or consultation for legal advice with the attorneys for the board concerning the special audit of ASDB by Sickish. If the board would like to move to go into executive session to consult with our attorneys, I will take a vote. I'm sorry, a motion.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Seconded.
All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye. So moved. of open meeting. So we will take roll call for the record.
Yes, this is Ms. Bove doing roll call. Linda Bove, present. Brittany Buchanan.
Present.
Colette Chapman.
Present.
Michael Gordon. And Shauna Tumaiko.
Present.
Okay, so we're back. We have finished 1.3. We're going to start moving through our agenda. However, I want to be respectful of everyone's time here. So I think as a board, we're probably going to try to speed run this agenda a little bit. And that's not because we don't want to hear what all of our leadership has to say, but it is also almost 3 hours into this board session. So by request, we will skip 1.4, which is Superintendent Reichman's report. We will move on to 1.5, which is Assistant Superintendent Cooper's report.
Good afternoon, Board President Buchanan, Superintendent Reichman, Deputy Assistant Superintendent Barbara, Executive Director Lily, members of the board, ASDB staff, and community. As noted in each of the reports the team directors have shared, our collective focus remains on optimizing resources, improving efficiency, and addressing fiscal needs to best support our staff and students. First, regarding the geographical move of the Tucson campus relocation from Speedway Boulevard to Oro Valley, the logistical timeline for packing, physical transfers, and IT infrastructure migration is actively underway. Thanks to the leadership efforts of our Director of Operations, Albert Duff, we are on track to be fully operational in the new facility by the time the school year starts. This transition will significantly reduce our footprint and lower long-term overhead. Detailed plans for the Speedway property are expected to be provided by Albert later in today's information and discussion agenda 5.1. The reduction in force process has now been completed, and as we are all aware, balancing our fiscal realities with declining student counts alongside the closure of the residential and School for the Blind programs required us to make some incredibly difficult personnel decisions. While this was emotional, it was an emotional and necessary step to secure the long-term viability of our agency. And our focus now is entirely on stabilizing the remaining staffing levels and supporting each of our teams. At the same time, we are actively identifying localized support systems for the students displaced by those program closures to ease their educational transitions, which I'm sure we'll hear more from Deputy Assistant Barbara as well as Executive Director Lily. Regarding the financials health of the agency, the team is currently managing both our current year metrics as well as the upcoming fiscal year, which we've already just started. The fiscal year began July 1st. Specifically to 2026, based on the most recent numbers, our year-end budget shortfall is closer to $1 million rather than the initial $3 million that we projected. While that gap is still concerning, it is far more manageable thanks to the aggressive cost containment measures we have implemented over the last 2 to 3 years, such as implementing the hiring freeze, the reduction of vendor contracted services, and monitoring our operating supplies, as well as looking at our non-capital purchases. Looking ahead, it is expected that we will return to a balanced, sustainable budget for 2027. And now that the legislation with the budget is finalized, the team is actively building out the 2027 budget. The submission package to the state's Office of Strategic Planning and Budgeting is due on or before September 1st. And in the coming weeks, the departments will receive their preliminary non-payroll expenditure allocations. It has not yet been determined whether or not we will submit any funding issues to ask for any additional monies. Proposed changes to our related services and interpreter salary schedules are also expected to be presented by our Executive Director of Human Resources, Anita Payette, and are included in today's consent agenda, item 6.3. These updates mirror the structure of the recently approved teaching salary schedule, and they are based on a placement structure capped at 10 years, strictly considering earned degrees, certification requirements, and years of experience. The annual step increase is being discontinued, and future salary increases for staff on these salary schedules will be limited to 2 pathways: educational advancement, such as moving from a bachelor's to a master's degree, or, if the board approves, a general salary increase for all agency staff, which traditionally sits at about 2% that we've given in the past. Upon board approval, the newly hired staff for the school year 2026-2027 will start on the schedules which become effective July 11th. The current salary schedule remains active until August 1st, and this intentionally allows any grade advancements submitted in July to be processed under the old salary schedule first. Then on August 1st, current staff will officially shift to the new schedules and be grandfathered into their current hourly rate with no changes to their pay. Last but not least, the performance and forensic audits are nearing completion, and we've received initial findings from both external firms, Sikich and Forensic Strategic Solutions. To give you an idea of the scope of the review, over the last 16 months, we've provided almost 1,800 supporting documents to the performance auditors and over 1,125 documents to the forensic auditors. Since you were just briefed on the performance audit by Sikich, I will not provide much of an update on that. However, I will focus on the forensic audit by Forensic Strategic Solutions. In our meeting this past Tuesday, the audit firm informed us that they did not identify evidence sufficient to indicate that financial fraud occurred during fiscal years 22, 23, and 2024. They did, however, identify procedural deficiencies related to our service revenues, payroll exceptions for incentives and stipend payments, weaknesses in our procurement controls, and compliance gaps regarding open meeting laws. They also indicated that our board procurement policy conflicted with Arizona statutes governing board member purchases. During the meeting, they also indicated that 2 of our findings or recommendations that were not fully implemented from the 2022 Sunset Review have been implemented, and they were specific to compliance requirements as well as the itinerant program review of their revenues and the cash fund balances. The leadership team continues to fully cooperate, prepare documentation for the Auditor General as we proceed with the Sunset Audit, which remains on track for the scheduled October 1st Sunset Review. In closing, I want to thank our entire staff. I know the past few weeks we've demanded quite an extraordinary amount of resilience, flexibility, and hard work from everyone. I know it has been difficult despite some of the anxiety of a campus relocation, closure of several of our programs, compensation adjustments that we are making, as well as organizational restructuring. I do feel as if our teams have shown up every day with unwavering professionalism, and none of that has gone unnoticed and it is definitely appreciated. That, in essence, really concludes my report today. And I'm open to answer any questions you may have.
Shayna, thank you for your report. Next is 1.6 and 1.7. I know that you two are brand new to our leadership table, and I am not doing this as a slight, but we're going to go over and skip your reports. The next we have is 2.1, consent agenda item. This is an action item. We're going to do the approval of the consent agenda consistent with board policy to include items 3.2, 3.4, 4.2, 6.1, 6.2, 7.4, and 7.5. I need a motion to approve the consent agenda items. Linda Bove.
This is Ms. Bove. I move to remove 6.1 and 6.2 from the consent agenda.
That was 6.1 and 6.2?
Correct.
Okay. Is there a second to remove those from the consent agenda item? Oh, I'm sorry. They will be removed. Can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda item for 3.2, 3.4, 4.2, 7.4, and 7.5?
So moved.
All in favor, aye?
Aye.
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 I'm sorry, Mike Gordon, did you vote on that one? Okay. So we pulled out 6.1 and 6.2. Next on the agenda is, this is, okay, 3.1. Jason Lilly.
This is Jason Lilly. We have three new districts and charters who are, or other agencies who are looking to have an agreement with ASDB, 2 in northern Arizona and 1 in the Phoenix metro.
I'm not sure why these were not included in the consent agenda items. However, I see no problem approving our new district agreements. I move to approve our new district agreements.
I second.
All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye.
So moved. Next is 3.3, which is an information item, the establishment of the cooperative sites. I do understand that that is a current operation that is underway. And I think that we would probably like to hear that since we are starting the school year. If you could keep it brief.
Sure. With the changes to the ASDB dorming programs and ASB, Outreach has worked with community stakeholders through the regional cooperative agreements and members to look at programming. We'll be incorporating 17 students from the Tucson campus into those outreach programs for the 26-27 school year, and this will include the continuum of services to include itinerant and these cooperative site services. In the parent agreement, it does mention cooperative sites as an option, but it does not have the language that delegates the duties and responsibilities of the different parties involved, and this is where that addendum E cooperative site, why that was created. It adds the language to that parent agreement that is already in place with our members. So addendum E, we did have signed by 2 of our hosting districts to establish cooperative sites. The first district being Tucson Unified School District, K-12, and that cooperative site will be set up within Tucson Unified School District, specific to blind, low vision, and or some deafblind students who need daily supports from a teacher of the visually impaired and access to like peers. The second host district being Chino Valley Unified School District, K-12, the cooperative site sets up in Chino are specifically for deaf, hard of hearing, and some deaf-blind students who need daily supports from a teacher of the deaf, hard of hearing, and access to like peers. The addendum E does specify what a host district is, what a placing district is, and ASDB, as well as the responsibilities of each. I can go into detail with that if you'd like to, but I don't have to in order to keep it brief.
Any questions about addendum E or cooperative sites? Perfect. Thank you very much for your brief report. I appreciate it. I know you guys put hard work into these reports that you report off to us, and we mean no disrespect. Next, we can move on to, we did consent, 4.1. Information item, the finance report. Kim Bittridge, Director of Business Services.
Good evening, Board President Buchanan, Superintendent Reichman, Assistant Superintendent Cooper, Deputy Assistant Superintendent Barba, and Executive Director of Outreach Lily, board members, and ASDB community. You've been provided our most recent financial data for May of 2025 and 2026. The Finance Committee met last Wednesday with board members, Board President Buchanan, Board Member Gordon, and Board Member Tomiko. We also had in presence Superintendent Reichman, Assistant Superintendent Cooper, and Executive Director Anita Pyatt of HR. She provided a brief presentation of the proposed interpreter and related services salary schedules, and we went over the most recent financials in more depth. The total student count provided to the board for May 1st shows 1,886 compared to 1,904 as of May of last year. Total decrease of 18 students. And when compared to April last year, the total count of 1,868, the student count increased by 18, and there was a small increase in each of the program areas. As of June 1st, we had 540 full-time equivalent staff, which included 8.5 FTE at Foundation for Blind Children. At that time, we employed 616 staff, and at this time last year, we employed 673 staff, a reduction of 57 staff from not filling positions when they became vacant due to resignations and retirements. The highlights of the May 2026 financial report shows total revenue of $37.6 million, was $3.6 million higher than May of 2025 revenue of $34 million. The major difference is the increase in institutional vouchers by $2.8 million and the classroom site fund by $1.2 million. The budget fiscal year obligated expenses of $60.5 million were $4.8 million less than budget fiscal year 2025 obligated expenses of $65.3 million. The decreases are in salaries and professional and outside services. The professional and outside service decrease is to a reduction in contracted transportation for the students and vacancies in staff. The financial report shows an increase in fund balance of $3.4 million due to the increase in cash received from institutional vouchers. The voucher reimbursements provided to the districts at the end of the school year will utilize about $5.4 million, and we started processing these payments at the end of May. This concludes my financial reports, and I'm available for any questions.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have 5.1, which is an information and discussion item, the process for potential sale of the ASDB Tucson campus. And we have our Director of Operations, Albert Duff.
Thank you very much for that. And I'm going to try and keep it brief, so I'm going to go over the highlights of it. Essentially, right now, we are at the very beginning stages of this process, and I want to make sure that everyone knows it will be a transparent process. We will have community feedback and sessions for the community to see proposed options. And once again, I want to make note, we will come up with the options. The recommendations, or there will not be specific recommendations to the board. This will be something that the board will have to take ownership of. We'll give you all the data, the information needed in order to make that informed decision. And we're going to try and keep it to 3 different general pathways. One is a partial sale. Keep some of the land so we can come back and build on it and maintain and keep to our master facility plan. Second option is a complete sale. That is an option that's on the table. The third option is also just retaining all the land, but then we will have to obviously have certain maintenance and maintain that property, keep it safe, and keep it from turning into something that could be a homeless camp. So we want to make sure that all 3 of those, and there'll be sub-options underneath those, are presented to you. The process is very lengthy, and it will take us at least until late 2027 before we actually see any movement within regards to potential sale. With that also, there has been new legislation that was passed towards ASDB, sets up a specific fund for us that the money will be able to be deposited into. It requires us to have 2 appraisals and to sell at or above the appraised value. We can't sell below the appraised value. In addition to that, similar to other agencies, we will have to present a option of how we want to spend that money, and that will have to be approved by what's called JCCR, which is the Joint Committee, make sure I get it correctly. The Joint Committee on Capital Review, I always kind of mess that one up. So they'll be the ones that will actually review our proposal of what we want to be able to spend that funds on. They will also be part of the process of selling the property. So it does take some of the sole autonomy of the board to be able to make that decision, and it does actually have additional overview by the state. In addition to that, I want to emphasize that the timeline in order to do this and the process is highly subject to change. Any sort of external capacity could throw us off of that we don't have control over. And so right now, June through August, we're going to be working on obtaining title reports. ADOA has been instructed by the governor's office to give us full support. So ADOA, the Arizona Department of Administration, has specialty individuals, because I've never sold something this large. So definitely want their support, as they have the expertise in their office to help us with that. Right around September, we'll go ahead and get appraisals. October through December, depending on timeline, we'll be working with LEA Architecture. They were the firm that did the master facility plan for us originally. That firm is going to do a revision for us. They are going to be the subject matter experts to provide you, the board, the options needed in order to make the best decision for the agency. So they're going to look at all the data, make sure that it doesn't compromise student education, nor does it compromise the potential maximization of sale of the property. November through January, we're hoping to be able to present those architectural plans over to the community at large, just like we did with the master facility plan. Open, transparent, this is what we're thinking, give us the feedback, then we, in the agency, can provide that feedback to you, the board, to help you make the right decision. That will be right around January through February of next year. If you decide to go ahead and move forward with any sort of authorization to sell a portion of the property, that's whenever we'll move in, and I have Vicki Robinson with me here from JLL, and she'll be presenting with me just shortly. From JLL, they are the state contracted broker that will be representing us, ASDB, in any potential sale of the property. Let's see here. We have to go through, obviously, processes of public postings allowing for certain timelines of 45 days, or 30 days, 60. 30 days. Public days of 30 notice of the sale, so that way we can obtain bids. And then that can obviously be extended out even further based on negotiation of terms, which will all be worked through with JLL. The internal team that's working on this is myself, Annette Reichman, and Shayna Cooper. We're going to represent ASDB. Vicki Robinson will represent us from the broker's side. And then obviously we have Joe Cato with us, and as well as the rest of the Attorney General's office. They will also be working with us on this process to support and ensure that it meets all of the legal compliance. With that said, I would like to turn it over to Vicki to give you a little bit of an update of her expertise, as it's far beyond mine, and I'm sure we're all going to feel a lot better seeing and trusting her on this process. Go ahead.
Thank you, Albert, for that, and good evening, everyone. I'll start by letting you know that I've been in commercial real estate for over 26 years, and I'm happy to share with you that 15 of those years have been dedicated to the state of Arizona account. During that time, I've had the opportunity to work very closely with ADOA and various state agencies to handle their real estate needs. In some cases, it's been leasing. In some cases, it's been buying land, buying buildings, selling land, selling buildings. So I share that just to let you know I have a full range of experience. I'll also take just a moment to let you know about JLL. We are the second largest commercial real estate firm globally. Our office here in Phoenix has a robust team of professionals. There's 150 of us. And I share all that. What does that mean for ASDB? It means we have a lot of resources and talents that we could pull. So we've got research databases. I've got a marketing team, experience with developers, other brokers, landlords. So we stand ready to assist ASDB whenever you all give us the green light. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Vicki or I at this time? I know that this could be probably a whole work study session on its own. So.
This is Board Member Bove. I move to have a work study so that we have the opportunity to ask a few questions. So I move for a work study. Thank you. Great information to start with. I appreciate that from both of you, Vicki and Albert.
Albert, I have a question. It's Mike Gordon. You mentioned that you're trying to, basically you have the blessing of ADOA, but there's three very, very different scenarios there. ADOA is just going to support what the five of us decide. So, because there's a lot to that. So, they're going to support leaving all the land, they'll support a rebuild of a portion or sectioning it off or selling it all. That's a lot, so.
So ADOA in the governor's office, to be clear, ADOA is not going to tell us what we should do with the land. They're supporting us with more of the title cleanup work, ensuring that title transfers correct out of the state aspect, the administrative component of it, okay, not the decision-making. The decision-making portion of it is the board, and also, correct me if I'm wrong, it would be JCCR and would it be JCCR and JLBC, correct? Yes, so that would be the portion that if this, for example, the board said, we want to keep it all, or we want to sell off only 50%. Then it goes through that process, and JCCR says, no, that you guys need to try again. They could kick it back, from my understanding, in order to do that. Now, this is fairly new legislation, so Representative Kata from the Attorney General's office, if I'm incorrect in that statement, please correct me, but that was my understanding that they could kick it back to us.
Okay. Thanks, that makes sense.
I don't know. Check. This is Assistant Attorney General Joseph Queta. So if the board would like, I can prepare a short memorandum on the applicability of the legislation, just giving the board kind of a general overview of the statute, if that's something that the board would like. I see some nods, so that's something that we can put together for you to have on hand and review at your convenience. And I do want to recognize that Board Member Bove had made a motion for a work study session. The work study session doesn't necessarily need the motion right now. If the board does agree, and the board can certainly discuss right now that a work study session would be beneficial, then there can just simply be a direction to staff to create or to set up that work study session. It doesn't necessarily need to be a legal action item, sort of more of a discussion item, and then certainly Albert and his team can take note of the board's preference for a work study session.
Brittany, just one more quick question for Albert. Albert, when you said that there could be there would be a dedicated account that funds from the sale of property would go for ASDB, although it would have to be discrete to, the spending would have to be designated beforehand. Is that right? Well, my question is, if that's indeed true, would the reconstruction or the reconstruction of staying on site, would that be contingent upon selling property and the proceeds being used for that capital improvement?
I can answer some of that, but I'm also going to defer over to Assistant Superintendent Cooper. The process that we have for any sort of capital improvement would go through the ADOA capital improvement plan process. We submit that every year. It showcases what we want to do, and in that process, we say what funding source we want to use or request to use in order to do those capital improvements. Right now, we don't have a dedicated capital improvement fund, and so we are historically said we want to use the state's general fund to do so.
Right.
If this was a dedicated fund, we would be able to say we want to use this fund. Other agencies do something very similar. They'll have their own funds, and then they ask the same process, JCCR, through that capital improvement plan process to expend those funds to do that capital process. So that's how that typically works. Usually, if you have your own funding source, the likelihood of it getting approved is much higher than fighting everyone else for the general fund dollars. So it's good to have that. Now, with regards to exactly how that fund operates, I'm going to defer over to Assistant Superintendent Cooper.
This is Assistant Superintendent Cooper. From my understanding, based on the legislation, quickly trying to pull it up here, the property proceeds fund would be consisting of proceeds from the sale or lease of our school buildings or grounds owned by ASDB. It would exclude from the deposits into the fund the proceeds from leases of property to other schools and leases of property for less than 1 year. It will authorize the state treasurer to invest and divest monies into the fund on notice of ASDB and credit any monies earned to the fund. It also specifies that in any fiscal year in which the legislature appropriates money from the fund, ASDB will be required to prepare and submit an expenditure plan to the Joint Legislative Budget Committee for review. And Albert already mentioned some of the permanent laws that requires us to obtain the 2 independent appraisals. I do also want to add, in addition to the general fund, for any capital improvement plans, we have historically used our enterprise funds as well as our land endowment funds to help fund any capital improvements within the agency. But this will be a fund dedicated to the proceeds of the sale or lease of the property. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, it did. Okay.
Right.
No further questions. Thank you so much. And we're on to 6.1, because that was pulled off the consent agenda item by Board Member Both. This was the consent agenda item, intent to offer an employment contract to Abby Wagner. You do have the option to going into executive session if you so need. Board Member Both.
Can we do that? I'm moved to go into executive session as I have a couple of questions. So I move to go into executive session.
Is there a second?
Sure.
All in favor? Oh, yep.
This is Assistant Attorney General Joseph Queta. I just recommend that the motion be stated just to recognize the specific statutory exemption that, or excuse me, a statutory authority for the executive session that is listed on the agenda.
Yeah. So. Did she ask for it to be in the open? Okay.
And then it's further noted that the person who's the subject of the action item did not request for it to be discussed in an open session. So with that, just, yeah, if the amended motion can be stated just to reference the statutory exception there. And then aside from the motion, it's just noted that Ms. Wagner did not make a request for this to be discussed in an open session.
Okay. Do I need to state that ARS statute?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, can you cut to the interpreting process a little bit? Can you please say again what you want to vote?
Yes, so just to make clear, the motion for executive session is being made under the statute that's referenced in the agenda. So if the motion, you can simply just say, Ms. Bove, that you move to go into an executive session, and then just recite the language that's on the agenda item there. That's fine.
I move to go into executive session and, sorry, again.
This is quite challenging for the interpreters who don't have the language in front of us. Could you please say the code for us?
Oh, excuse me. So I will just say the statutory authority, and then your motion can just reference, you can just say that you're deferring to what I'm saying. So if you're making the motion for ARS 38-431.03A1, which allows the board to go into executive session for the purpose of discussion and consideration of employment matters. So if that's, would you like to make that motion, Ms. Bove?
Yes, but the
Okay.
interpreter didn't interpret what I just, so I was giving her the opportunity to read that statute. Because
I think your motion is properly presented at this point. Yeah.
Okay. So do I need to state it again?
No, I believe the motion's clear now. So if a board member has a second, they may state that now.
I second it, still.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 We're back from executive session. We have 6.2, which was on the consent agenda item, which is teacher employment contracts. That was removed from the consent agenda by Board Member Bove.
This is Board Member Bove. May I withdraw that motion?
Actually, can I interrupt? We still need to approve
Oh, yes.
6.1.
My apologies.
That contract for Ms. Wagner.
My apologies. Real quick, we're going to go back to 6.1, consent agenda item, where we have returned from executive session. I need a motion to approve the employment contract for Abby Wagner.
So moved.
Need a second?
I second that. This is Board Member Shauna.
All in favor, aye.
Aye.
It passes. 6.2, consent agenda item, intent to offer teacher employment contracts, was removed by Board Member Bove. If there needs to be no discussion, we can just consent and take a motion to approve those contracts.
Okay, I move to approve 6.2.
Second?
I second that motion. Sorry.
All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Next is 6.3, information action item, presentation of the approval of new salary placement schedules for related services and interpreters. And that is Anita Pyatt, Executive Director of Human Resources.
Good afternoon, Board President Buchanan, members of the board, Superintendent Reichman, Assistant Superintendent Cooper, Deputy Assistant Superintendent Dr. Barba, and Executive Director Lilly. In your board packet, you should have a presentation that's provided there. In light of the timing that we have tonight, I'm going to do a brief overview and then open it up to any questions that you may have. At the last board meeting we did review the teacher salary schedule. The schedules being brought forth today, related services and educational interpreter salary schedules, are using the same change to those schedules in terms of the years of experience that would be credited upon hire. So we are moving from a placement annual increase schedule to a placement only schedule. The key drivers to this are to address the current budget deficit and also to ensure that we can provide flexibility in implementing salary increases either by a percentage base or flat increase. The current salary schedules, we are not allowed to do that as they are used for step increases and are set amounts. As Assistant Superintendent Cooper had mentioned earlier, the salary schedules, the current ones, are being updated to reflect a sunset phrase, which means that the salary schedule would sunset August 1st. This will allow our current staff members on those respective salary schedules to grade advance or increase in pay for any certification or licensure that they have completed over the past year, which is due in July. The salary schedules being recommended have been updated to reflect a 0 to 10 years of service for placement only. Staff members on those salary schedules can still move across the schedule every July based on any degrees or licenses and certificates that they obtain. I did provide in the board packet some of that information that we gather from school districts to compare our salaries along with the salaries they offer. I also provided in the packet a comparison of our total compensation package for entry-level staff members as well as those, an average of the current staff that we currently have employed and what their annual salaries are. I'll open myself up for any questions that you may have regarding those salary schedules.
Anita, thank you. I see no questions.
Thank you.
This is an action item, board. I will make a motion to approve the new salary schedules. Is there a second?
I second.
All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye. I'm sorry, Mike, can you just say that into the mic for the record?
I vote no.
We have a vote of 4 and a vote of 1 still carries.
Majority.
All right. We have a vote of 4 to 1, but the motion carries. Next on the agenda, we have 6.4, which is an information and action item, Sharon Spiegel grievance. The board, oh, I'm sorry, Shannon. I have not had enough Red Bull, I think. Sorry, it is Shannon Spiegel grievance for 6.4. The board can vote to go into executive session to discuss this matter. And on that note, the staff has advised that the employee has been given notice of discussion of her grievance today at today's meeting, and she did not request for it to be an open session. This is under HR, Executive Director of HR, Anita Pyatt. Can you come to present to the board the recommendations?
This is for the Shannon Spiegel grievance?
Yes, Shannon.
Okay.
Spiegel.
And so, I'm sorry, what is it that you're expecting to, I don't,
This is Superintendent Reichman. Let me interrupt, if I may. The intent for the discussion tonight is really to discuss procedure, not necessarily to make a decision about the grievance in and of itself. I think that the grievance itself needs to be decided outside of today's board meeting. But what's significant for the members of the board to decide is the process of how you would like to hear grievances. Do you want our grievances to be referred to the Office of Administrative Hearings, or OA? Or would you, the board, prefer to hear the grievance yourselves? That is really the decision that is laid before you for tonight. And if you have questions about those two options or two tracks, we could potentially go into executive session in order to question the attorneys about those options that are before you.
This is Colette. I move that the board refer this to the Office of Administrative Hearing for resolution.
Is there a second?
Just want to check myself.
So, if I may, just make a recommendation to the board to move into an executive session, just so the council can advise the board further with respect to this matter.
I'll make a motion to vote to go into executive session pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A3 to go into executive session, which will not be open to the public, for discussion or consultation with legal advice from our attorney or attorneys of the public body. Do I have a second?
I second.
All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we're back from executive session. On 6.4, I will do a roll call for this open meeting session. Board Member Bove.
This is Ms. Bove doing roll call. Linda Bove, present. Brittany Buchanan,
Present.
present. Colette Chapman,
Present.
Michael Gordon,
Present.
and Shauna Tumaiko.
I am present.
All right, thank you. Thank you all.
I will entertain a motion to open a special board meeting in August to hear the grievance of Shannon Spiegel. Looks like probably on August 13th. Do I have a second?
Second.
I'm sorry, all in favor? Aye?
Aye.
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 So moved. It is 8:20. We are going to table the rest of the agenda to another board meeting. Or at least I would like to table all of that for another board meeting. Can I have a motion to table the rest of the agenda to another board meeting? And then to adjourn the present meeting.
Go ahead.
I make a motion that we table the rest of the agenda and adjourn this meeting.
I'll second.
Favor?
All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. None opposed? Meeting adjourned. And motion carries. My brain already went.
I know.